forgot to turn on my tracking. Can you guys hear Spirit City? All that time to get ready and I forgot to turn on my tracking. Oh my god. Vinyan, what do you want? Jesus Christ. Vinyan! Streamer scuff! Streamer scuff! Say connect! Oh my god, hi, hello, I can move again! Okay, you can't hear Spirit City. Do you hear it now? Streamer scuff. Hi, good morning, everybody. Awesome. I had the desktop audio turned off. I have another one called desktop audio too, and I can't remember why. I could probably delete it. Let's be honest. Awesome. Hi, we're doing co-working stream today. Because I'm a little bit discombobulated. I have a cookie. I have blue, which is blue Gatorade. And I bought some fair trade chocolate to share with Sai because she paid for my drink and my non-bread. Yes, good morning. How is everybody? Other than Fantasy, who needs to go to the goddamn doctor. Fantasy, go to the doctor. Well, there will always be next year, Fantasy. Pride Day is every day. Just make sure you're good next year. Blue Gatorade is the best Gatorade. I even took the label off the bottle to make it feel a little bit more potion-y. But yes, I wanted to work on some stuff today that I can't work on stream, and I want to do some writing too. Because I haven't been doing any of that for 9. I haven't been getting any of that done. Let me fix my tracking here. There we go. What a day, what a day. I had to go to the pharmacy this morning and get some stuff. It needed to be picked up today because today was going to be the coolest day this week. And it's already the surface of the sun outside. But it's like sun soup. And even though it says today 19, feels like 20, with a high of 25, feels like 31, it already feels hotter than that. Because there's like no wind. That's the thing it's the one thing I dislike about this city, other than the hard water. It makes my hair all crusty. You want to support your friends in the parade? Well, I mean, shit happens. I'm really sorry that you can't. But I would rather you got better instead. And I think your friends would rather you got better too. Oh yeah, the genetic test is really fast, unless they give you the wrong address to send the thing to, and then they send it back to you. Because the address they put on the envelope was your address, so you had to wait for it to go through the mail and come back to you, and then you're confused as to why you received your own sample back. That happened to Sai. and then the address that they sent it from is not the address that they send it back to. It worked. Yeah, it worked out, and it got done on time somehow. We were thinking it takes like 2 weeks to do all of the like actual science, but no, it's like they shove it in a machine and they get it out in like an hour or some shit. So she was still able to get her test done on time and get the results and everything to her doctor on time, which is great. So, are you resistant to everything, Necromancer, like Sai is? It's like drug-resistant, drug-resistant diseases. Humans are becoming drug-resistant, too. Ah, that just gives them scuff time. Yeah. Fair enough. Ah, I see, I see. Yeah, no, it doesn't take very long at all. It probably takes like 24 hours for things to like culture or some shit. They need more DNAs than what you give them to do the tests on, right? But then they just shove it in a machine. The machine looks at it and goes, "Yup. You're a ghost." Also, let's be honest, it's something that doesn't happen very often, but happens often enough that they do it quickly, but there isn't a long queue. So they're like ready to do the service at a moment's notice. Must be an interesting bit of lab work though. I don't understand all line in next weeks, yeah. No, that's because it's coming from China. And it has to sit on a boat. I'm just eating my cookie. We chat first, then we work. Fantasy, please go see the doctor. Hopefully your ER visits aren't like ours, where it's like, you get there, it takes like 10 minutes to get there on the bus, and then you're waiting for 7.5 hours just to see the doctor. WeChat, yeah. Oh? Are you just making stuff up, or... or is that actually the thing? Are you regretting not making a Brontosaurus now? Oh, okay, you are making stuff up. I just... There's context lacking in text, so... The artist for this song is called A Bowl of Rice and Handle. Weird. I regret nothing. Just slowly tiring me out. You've been working on it for a week. That's why we go to a private ER. Yikes. And this is why we don't have private ERs. Because then you can't pay to skip the line. Everybody gets treated equally. With the most severe cases getting to skip the line. Because that's how triage works. You only get to skip the line if you're literally dying. But in America, people can pay to skip the line ahead of you even if you're dying. That's kind of dystopian, really. America's a scary place that's confusing and, like, somehow one of the most powerful countries on the planet, and yet North Korea is making fun of y'all. They call Melania an expensive prostitute. I mean, they're not wrong. Kind of, lol. Yeah. If Cora shows up today, I think it's Cora that has the free scene change. And they redeemed the other day. I have to remember that. I wish OBS had some controls that integrated with Twitch so that I could turn off redeems through the control panel on OBS. No, I think Neff redeemed theirs last week. Or the last time we did one. I mean, if Neff wants a free scene change, you can have a free scene change. Like, if you have something you really want to change the scene to and you don't have the star shells for it, just ask. If you're one of the regular OG people, like, just ask. You guys are my friends, so. You know, let's do a little activity while we sit around and chat. We'll actually do something functional rather than just staring out the window. You just stay in line and pay my copay like everyone else. I'm gonna have to have some like insane redeem for Fantasy to just use all of their shells on. Use channel points to pay to override the scene. America! I like that the Voodoo has like a little tiny feather duster broom. It's so cute. Alright. Maybe the scene where you're frying something. Uthway! How you doing, Uthway? They're trying their best, Uthway. Trying their best. He's just a little tiny spirit. You can even pet him. Look, look. You're doing a good job. Yeah. Stepped away from the work computer for a moment. Well, thank you for coming by. I appreciate it. Welcome to your first time chatting here. I don't know if you've lurked before, but definitely your first chat. I like that first time chatter thing that they added. They didn't used to have that, but I really like it. I wonder how long you have to be gone before it resets itself. Or if it's only like once per channel lifetime. Ah, fair enough. Well, oh, thank you for the lurks in the past. I appreciate it. And the follow. Welcome to the island.
Uthway is visiting the island.
Uthway. I'm assuming I'm saying it right because that's the way Tag says it. Hey, it's a good thing I post there then. Well, thanks for the follow. Welcome to the island. We have white sandy beaches and black basalt volcanoes. It's quite a transition point when you start getting down to the coasts. It's not just one island. There's 9 of them. It's like a chain, like Hawaii. But technically, it's the edges of a great caldera. Packing your backpack for the ad ships. Fantasy, you have the subscriber icon. Necromancer's just got all of the icons. I wish we could change the founder badges. Like if it just had like the little first icon down in the corner, and then you could have the regular subscriber badge as the main part of the badge. I wish that was a thing. Yeah, the Great Party Going got the look. It's a convention center now. It's no longer the Tavern Inn. It ends tomorrow. Oh well. I mean, it happens. But you know you can just tell me when there's ads. And I will pause anything important that I'm saying. Which is, I'm never saying anything important. Why people come to listen to me, I don't know. But I wanted to work a little bit on Necromancer's commission today, and the pose might be a little bit too saucy for Twitch, so I don't want to risk it. So we're doing co-working today. And we'll do 2 DJ on Monday. So if you guys have got writing to do, or knitting, or going to the doctor, fantasy, please go to the doctor. I want you to be okay. Never-ending Necrocon. Yeah, that's what's happening in Necrocon. People never get to leave. Once you're there forever. Are we ready to slide into some nice quiet co-working? You can take an activity. Oh, we'll go to the kitchen. Look at this little guy. Yeah. He looks so upset. He's like, ah! Need to find better shoe references. I'll high heel shoes, easy. I'm sure I can make them nice. Feels weird to shop shoes. Just Google image high heels. Though your wife might question your Google searches. I'm just working on like the basic form sketch right now, so don't worry about it. The shapes are in there, at least. So, all right, let's go do some co-working. Everybody get some shit done. Gonk, you get your sewing done. Fantasy, you're probably knitting or something. Necromancer's actually working like real human jobs. Uthway too. Sai, I think, probably gonna do some writing or gaming or something. I made Sai get up and go to the pharmacy with me for a walk. So she's awake at this ungodly hour for her. Back to plush making. Yep. Fantasy is gonna go to the doctor. Maybe bring her knitting with her. Alright, off we go! Someone redeemed a scene change the other day when we weren't in Spirit City. I thought it was you, Cora. But hello, welcome back to the land of distraction, everybody. Of course, I get very distracted by everybody during my work time. And yeah, pneumonia is no joke. I've had it a few times. It's very bad. It was Neph 3. Well, it's Nepher. Get popsicles. Eat popsicles. Yeah, I think Ace redeemed one a while back too. Shoop da whoop. God, that's an old meme. I'm a fire my lasers. Jesus. Yeah, it might have been Ace. I feel like it was one of the green name people. At least the green name people on my OBS. That's why I thought it might have been Cora. I can redeem the streets now. Oh yeah. That's a good one. Color of our names good as Necromancer's purple. He's a purple man. God, my legs hurt today. I mean, my legs hurt all the time, but like today, I guess you could call it fibromyalgia, really is getting me. I haven't been diagnosed with it, but I'm pretty sure that's what I've got. Cause like you just like touch my legs, and oh my god, it hurts so much. It's like, please, I wish I didn't have legs right now. Kind of pain. And I'm not sure which painkiller to take for that one, whether it's going to be Advil or the Tylenol arthritis. Kisla, yes, baby. Come here. Whoa. It's nugget time. Oh. Hey, baby beans. Have you got fluff in your claw? Yes, you do. Oh, kitten snuggles. Let's see if we can get the purrs. Fantasy is boop my snoot. It's a long time coming, but the boop snoot returns. It is the boop snoot, like the droop snoot. But it is the snoot that gets booped. The boop snoot. From legendary fantasy. Got a tiny nugget in my arms. He's so soft, he's so small, he purrs so much. He has like rabbit fur. He's the best kitten ever. Give me a little kiss kiss. Whoa, time for more co-working. Oh, Fantasy, you tell me what you want, okay? And then we'll do the co-working. You just tell me which room or space you want, and then you tell me which activity you want. I see Velcro's visiting Sai. Bed. Reading. What color kitten? There's this kitten. There's also Chef Kitten. But which kitten is probably... He's beautiful. Yeah. Yeah, he has a book too. Kvetch! Hello, welcome. We're doing co-working. We're about to jump into co-working. Oh, which kitten exactly? Cat has a lot of eye, indeed. That is Lenny. He's the first spirit you get. Alright! Back to work! Welcome back to Distraction. Quatch doesn't like the work ambushness. This isn't an ambush. 90+%. With barely room for sugar. Yeah, but I like milk chocolate, but I can never find a milk chocolate that I like because it's usually mostly sugar, and it's like not even good sugar. How long does the ER usually take, Fantasy? Like it's not like here where you're waiting like 7 to 14 hours, are you? Is it? Words. Yeah, but this one is actually pretty good. It's a chocolate hazelnut. Words hard. Yep, words are hard. I came back from going to the pharmacy, and I walked into my room and I heard my own voice. I was like, what the hell? And it turns out that, like, I had left my Twitch channel open while I was on my walk, and my, whatchamacallit? My Bluetooth speaker was on. And I heard my own voice. I was like, oh god, why does anybody listen to me at all? You can make appointments for the ER. Yeah, it's size question exactly. Holy hell. We need that system. We definitely need that system. I am going to go to our health minister and be like, we need this. We need this right now. Yeah, in Canada, it's like you show up and you could be waiting like a minimum of 3 hours usually. I don't think I've had a wait in the ER less than 3 hours. And that was at like 2 in the morning. Or you can be waiting upwards of 14. Yeah, we do kind of fail in our medical areas. Yeah, the non-emergency urgent surgeries are the worst ones. Mental health crises as well. Like, we don't have a good system for people having a mental health crisis either. You just go to the ER and like 6.5 hours later you finally get to see somebody, and then they still make you wait another 2 hours to see somebody. In the meantime, you have to listen to people who are like having full mental breakdowns and are locked in a room by the police screaming right next door. And you're like, wow, this isn't helping any. All for them to be like, oh yeah, you should make an appointment with your psych. Kinda sucks, really. Alright, we go back to work. Fantasy, I don't know when your appointment is gonna happen in relative terms to me, but good luck when you do. I hope you can get the care you need, because it's really important. Especially if it's pneumonia. Could just be bronchitis, too. That's the lesser pneumonia. Both are bad. It's a good thing you didn't try to do your Pride Parade walk today, because if you've got either one of those, it's better if you get longer rest, and you'll need antibiotics for that one, probably. So, yeah. It's not that bad. Yeah, at least I'm not that bad. Bad. Bed? Oh, okay, alright. Well, hopefully you don't have to go too far either. Alright, we work now! Thanks for the hydrate and stretch, Neff, and the posture check from Sai. Remember to untrim thine spines every once in a while, everybody. Party cats, and knife. This is a mixed message, Necromancer. Unless they're having a murder party. Shrimp form is best form. You need to untrim just every once in a while. Nothing really beats good light stretch. Wakes you up. It's a big crab wants you to believe. I bet Conch Lobster is just like right up there with you. Down with Big Crab. How do we know you're not working with crustaceans, though? You gotta be smooth like fish. Wiggle like the eel. I hope Fantasy doesn't have pneumonia. Should have gone to the doctor a couple of days ago like they wanted to. But if you're struggling to breathe, go to the doctor. Especially if it's like, you try to breathe and it's kind of spongy. That's when you should definitely go to the doctor. Sponge lung is not good. That usually means pneumonia. It's like, I know I have a really, really bad ear infection that needs antibiotics is if I close my jaw and it feels like I'm biting down on a sponge if I try to close my back teeth together. That's when I know I'm gonna need antibiotics for my ear infections. Right, everybody done their break? Are we ready to go? 20 seconds left. We'll just stay reading on the bed. Spongy lung crayon time. Yeah, don't want spongy lungs. Not good. Back to work! Welcome back to the land of distraction. We'll just make up the 5 minutes as we go. Welcome, Death Sand. Welcome. How you doing today? This is the co-working stream. So when I can't do certain things on stream, certain pieces that might be a little bit too saucy for Twitch, then I do co-working stream. Also sometimes when I want to write, or I'm not feeling particularly verbose. You don't think you could show the drawing on stream until it gets closer? I'm still abstract. Yeah, I could probably show it. I have to turn off all the refs. Again, like, Twitch doesn't seem to really like VTubers. So they tend to be very, they tend to be very harsh on VTubers. Let me turn on the art for a moment. This is what we're working on. She will be clothed. I'm just doing a sketch for Necromancer right now. So this is a very, very small scale, like thumbnail sketch. Yes, she is clothed. You just can't see any of it. It's a full body leotard right now. That's why it looks like she's wearing nothing. Nothing at all. But she's in like a full body leotard and high heels. And you could see a bit of her skirts going down at the back and the sides. They're just very skin tight. Mm-hmm. But this is why I don't want to work on this on Twitch, because they tend to be like really harsh on VTubers for whatever reason. I've decided to play on hard mode and have a VTuber without like giant booba. My avatar's constantly looking off into the universe. Let's there. No. Nah. That's better. That's better. Yes, trans also are scrutinized indeed. At least I'm not like big booba VTuber with giant titties that shake and jiggle. I know some people would probably really like that, but I don't even have big booba in real life, and I'm glad I don't, because I don't like them. Don't even like the small boobas. Still need to come up with that new costume. Yeah. It's not like anybody really sees the bottom half of this one, but like... like, you made it in an afternoon, and I really appreciate it. Can you have a co-host on the other side of the stream with Booba? No. Nameless is afraid of women, actually. Food is good. Yes, food is good. Eat food. At least we get the hate crimes card. Yeah, that's true. I'm not exactly trans. I'm just potato. Super neutral. A little bit fluid. More masculining. Yeah, if I put the booba lady on screen, like, Nameless would be scared. No, you're not like other VTuber. There are plenty of VTubers who are like, yeah, I'm not gonna sell myself as like something sexy. And then there's Sexy Cockroach Lady. She's like, I'm a cockroach, and I'm sexy. And I'm like, that's a strange use of free will. You're afraid of women as well? But aren't you women? Who said there had to be a woman? I'll just, like, draw this super muscly dude with really big, like, beefsteak man titties. Yeah, Necromancer. There is a cockroach VTuber. Yeah, but Andrea, you're in a relationship, so you don't need to worry about other women. Nameless just has a really, really bad experience with the women in his culture. Because, like, in the past, Demora society was, like, very matriarchal. That's just the character's background. Modern Demora culture is much more democratic and equalized. Free will advocates, one sexy cockroach VTuber this. Yep. I'll just have the co-host on stream who has the really, like, giant man titties. Just, like, beef steak galore chest. And that'll be your titties. That'll be the titties that you get on stream. Nameless will happily use them as pillows. And the poor aces in the chat are just like, no, stop! been a lot longer than 5 minutes, hasn't it? We're gonna turn off the sexy artwork. But yes, VTubers are strange creatures. You have big man chesticles, but they're not beefcakes. Are they bigger than my chesticles? Then you've just got to worry a little bit. But from what I saw of the pictures that you've sent me, you're kind of like a skinny dude. I actually find like really, really big, thick muscles to be kind of disturbing anyways. Because it usually means roids. Let's be honest. There are very few people that are that way naturally. Compared to me, everybody's skinny. Except for maybe sumo wrestlers. They're not skinny. But they're professional fat guys. And they're surprisingly healthy. Because they exercise. I don't get enough exercise. That's why when I live in the woods, I'd get a lot more exercise. I'm Canadian necromancer. I use pounds for weight. We have a chart! Steroids are a worrying kind of obsession. Yes. Yes, they are. It's conk a skinny person. You had to convert it. 230 on a good day? Oh god, you're so lucky. I'm 320 on a good day. Necromancer. Okay. 230 is fine. I'm like all lordy coming on the chunk chart, okay? You're gonna have a Hobbit Lord of the Rings marathon? Go grab Monsty. She's never seen Lord of the Rings. She's not allowed to continue life without watching Lord of the Rings. You just need to break it down into like 15-minute episodes for her, because like her ADHD is real strong. So my man chesticles though, like damn. You gotta have a strong chest to carry around that weight though. You can be like some people I know who are like double G. I've known people that are like F cup, okay? It's like, do they even sell that? Meanwhile, I like, depending on the brand, I can hover anywhere between like a really big A or a small C. And I'm fine with this. 1977 and Hobbit is short and good. With songs sung by Leonard Nimoy. All bones. Well, you'll fit right in a necromancer's army, Conk. You're already a skeleton. Also 230, but trying to get back down to 185-ish. Yeah. I have a crepitus in my knees. It's like the cartilage in my knees is just destroyed because I'm so heavy. Pale it up and out the eye bags. You're already a lich, Conk. A creature from the bottom of the sea. It's perfect. Yeah, the lightest I have been since 2005 was 233 pounds. And it's really tough being so heavy. Like, it gets worse every day. And every time you lose weight, you gain it back and then some, and it's a real struggle, especially when you have something like polycystic ovarian syndrome, and insulin resistance to top it off. Your body doesn't recognize that it needs to pull the energy from your fat cells, and so it just keeps storing it and storing it and storing it, and that's why some people are just so big, even if they eat next to nothing. Like, this half a chocolate bar and the 2 cookies are probably all I'm gonna eat until, like, midnight. And I've already been for a walk today. Thanks for the hydrate, Death. Like, I would love to look like my avatar. Don't get me wrong. I would be so happy to be light. It's just every time I try to lose weight, I seem to gain it back and then some. And that's how I got here. Let's just say I don't need eyeshadow to start a goth look. Yeah, really. There's something I've noticed, like, people who wear glasses have, like, these really dark circles under their eyes. It's like everybody who wears glasses. Like, if you need them to wear them to see, period, all the time, full stop. We just seem to have these big bags under our eyes that are always, like, really dark. Downside to wet form, I'm just staring at this waiting. You could try a hairdryer. Speed it up a little bit. It's like a type of magic. Yeah. For people who are really heavy, it's just, like, I know how you feel. Last time I weighed 233, I felt like I could, like, fucking fly. Like, I literally felt like I could fly. I felt so light. And I hadn't been that light in many years. And that was when I was going to the gym every day. But, like, the gym in my building is shit. We have a gym, but they closed it at night again. It used to be open 24 hours, and then they closed it at night for whatever reason. After, like, it was closed during the pandemic, of course, so, like, couldn't go get exercise there. And going out into the elevator was like, well, you have so many comorbidities, you might as well just stay inside because you risk dying. And then after the pandemic, they kept it closed at night. And then they opened it up at night for a little while. And then somebody stole the TV out of there. And then they closed it again at night. And I'm like, what's going to stop somebody from stealing the TV during the day? But they never replaced the TV anyways. I'm like, well, there's nothing left to steal. It's not like they're going to steal the goddamn treadmill because that's kind of really huge, heavy, unwieldy, and I don't think it fits through the door. There's nothing left to steal. Let me go use the elliptical machine at 3 in the morning. But now I've got the walking pad, thanks to chat. Mostly necromancer with a little bit of Neff thrown in there. But now I have the walking pad, so I can walk whenever I want. And when I was at a call with Mewjuice the other night, I was chatting with her, and I couldn't sit still, so I just I turned my walking pad towards the screen, and I just walked with her while I chatted, and we were in a call on a camera. So that was good. So now I don't have to wait till the middle of the night or till like first thing in the morning to go do the exercise machines while other people are potentially in there, because I hate being observed. Just strange for a VTuber, but also not really so strange because you're not technically observing me, you're observing my avatar. So there's that barrier, and I think that barrier really helps me get over how I'm, like, really super painfully shy. The VTubing technology is great, and if they had this in, like, 2011, I definitely would have been one of the first VTubers. Because I was always trying to do YouTube and stuff, but I couldn't figure out who I was. And it wasn't until I went to Conquest that I was like, this is who I am. Conquest was very healing, and I don't think my dad quite understands exactly how important it is for me to go there. I know it's expensive, but, like, I'm trying real hard. But people who commission me, they help me. They help me through life. Yeah. Let's, reading. By staring while waiting, go to town, I need to feel ashamed. What? Fiendish temptress. Yeah, Necromancer and Neff did participated in my crowdfunding campaign, and by participated I mean Necromancer just paid for like 90% of it. There were 50 available rewards, and Necromancer has 48 of them. And Neff has numbers 1 and 2. But there was there was a little 5x5 inch printable chibi picture of Nameless running on the walking pad that you could get. Let me bring that up. It's this folder. Where's the main file hiding? I'm not used to having so many files in my art folder. There's some art folders for some years that have just one picture in them. So this was the walking pad reward. You got a little thing, and where Nameless is where your name would be. And so I wanted to do that for some of the major items on my wish list on Throne for crowdfunding. The idea was that, you know, more than 2 people would participate, so that, you know, how crowdfunding works and stuff. You know, there'd be multiple, and the thing was numbered, so there was like a little number down on the corner. Where is the numbers thing? Hello? Yeah, so there was a little numbers thing. They were all hand-drawn, so it's not text, so I had to go in and write each of those numbers. Everyone else had their chance. They chose to miss out. I had only just started streaming Necromancer. I was still a new streamer. I was a new baby streamer. But, yeah, the doctor was worried that I was going to get blood clots. I have, since picked up also some compression socks that I had on my Throne. I took them off my Throne and then bought them for myself. Because, all the subscriptions that Necromancer so, graciously gives me, I was able to get some compression socks that really help with, like, the swelling in my ankles when I'm sitting a long time doing artwork. It's like this Kickstarter I hear about a year after the rewards are delivered. Brendan Sanderson, yeah. Apparently Taylor's going to the Sanderson convention later this year. But yeah, I have a walking pad. The weight limit on it is 320 pounds. I'm a little bit more than that. But I walk very lightly for someone who's so heavy. So I hope I don't break it. But it is helping. And it definitely helps with, like, the swelling in my legs and being able to get out when it's, you know, 33 degrees outside. It's the surface of the sun. Yeah, Twiggy has a tendency to just assume things. But yeah, that's the walking pad reward. I might do one later for the hardware for a standing desk, so I can convert the desk that I have into a standing desk. Even though the desk I have is falling apart, like I can still take the desktop off of it and attach it to the hardware for the standing desk, rather than pay for a whole new desk. You just do part of a desk. You've been musing on doing a cat wheel for Zoe, but the minimum diameter is 4 feet. I think the cats here would love a cat wheel, especially River. I think River would probably constantly be in it because he's a very active baby. Mathis would probably just sleep in it. Tesla wouldn't know what to do with it. Velcro might use it too. River and Velcro are still like young and agile. Tesla would probably, if he tried to use it, I don't think he could move it because he's too light. Goodness, I still like mounted above my couch in front of the window. River gets zoomies, he does. River would probably benefit greatly from a cat wheel. Mathis might even too, if we like taught him to walk in it slowly. Yeah, having multiple cats is good for their exercise. They do play quite a bit. The younger ones more together than with the older ones. It's been a very long 5 minutes. Necromancer, did you want to do your scene change, by the way? But like Momo could probably benefit from it because he's got arthritis and stuff, and he's kind of fat. So if we just like held up a piece of ham or something and locked the other kittens away and had him walk for a little while and then gave him some ham, he would probably... It would be beneficial for him. Kind of like in the way the walking pad is beneficial for me. I have tried to get the cats to walk on the walking pad. Velcro has almost figured it out. Bay window looking out. Chocolate cinnamon roll thing. Okay, why didn't I just grab my whole setup there? Clicked on the wrong window. Okay. Activity. Bay window. Looking. Let's change it to night because that's a really cool scene. And then you want the Cinna Spider. And you want it chocolate Cinna Spider. Look at him, he's asleep. Ah! Oh, poor Conk. And poor Sai. One of the things I'm thinking of doing is putting up art prints for quote-unquote sale via Throne. I'm not sure if I can technically do that, but there's no saying that I can't do that, because the reward would be basically you donate, and in return I send you, like, you would buy that thing, and then in return I would send you the print via Throne. So it would just be like a thing that you print by yourself. in a way, it's the same form of crowdfunding, except that goes towards anything and everything, as opposed to a specific thing. So like the chibis that I've been doing, like the camping one, that would, the funds from that would go towards stuff in the camping gear. You don't have a printer. You could always take them to a printer if you wanted them like printed nicely. But like you would have the file, right? So you'd be able to print it anytime you want. And since I'm a data hoarder, unless I lose my backup and my backup and my main hard drive, you could probably just come back to me at some point and be like, hey, I lost the file for this. Could you send it to me again? And I can do that. So print shops do get nicer results. One day I would like to have, you know, gallery level prints like Evan does. And my off-site backup too, yeah. Well, I'll have a third hard drive that's like wrapped in tin foil to protect from CMEs. So, you know, when the world has collapsed and you want a print of something saucy and you find a print shop that's working, and they're like, well, do you have a file? And you'll be like, yes, I do. And they're like, oh. become the world's art gallery. Yeah. Eventually I would like to have a backup drive in a safe deposit box somewhere, so that if there's like a fire or something, I have a backup of everything. My dad has that for the family albums. He has a digital backup inside a safe deposit box at the bank. And he switches out the USB key or the hard drive or whatever as he updates. Well, you never know, Andrea, right? You never know. The sun's going through its flip right now, so we're entering the high cycle. And also, Earth's magnetic poles are also in the middle of their transition as well, which makes our magnetosphere a little bit weaker than normal. So it's actually kind of dangerous. Chances of anything happening, slim to none, but, you know. Yes. Get with someone else and swap encrypted backups. Yeah. Geomagnetics. We're all cycling. Yep. The whole solar system is entering PMS phase. He'll let the astrologers explain that one. Alright, Fantasy, you take care. We're going to enter another co-working session, because I've also got to step away and use the facilities. So, Fantasy, feel better. I hope you get the care you need. Make sure you rest. Keep us updated via the Discord. Go safely, and return home safely. Because anything would happen to you, I'd be sad. Same goes for the rest of you. Take care of yourselves, eh? No, that was very Canadian. Hey. Yeah, perhaps. Alright, we're gonna enter another co-working session, so another 15 minutes. Let's go! Welcome back to Distraction. You can't prove anything. I don't get DMs often enough to make streamer mode like really important, and I always forget to turn it off again now. Like, I miss when it just did it automatically. Yep, basically. We'll go with that one, Necromancer. Neff is having trouble getting people in his fleet to log into STO. Doesn't Good play STO, Necromancer? Maybe we can get some people from Good server to link up with Neff. I know he did like a promotion stream for it, where he was playing it while he was in the cabin. Yeah, why not? Meet more people, make more friends. I know Neff is painfully shy and thinks he's a terrible person that people dislike, but really he's not. Neff is a really good person. Well, maybe I'll ask Good then. Because if people there are active and Neff is having trouble getting people to be active with his fleet, I don't know if you can like change fleets. I don't really know how it works. I don't play the game, so. Why is my VNN window like way off in the corner? Ah! I must have shifted it by accident one day. Let's I forget which button it is every single time. Ah, here we go. There we go. That's a little bit better. Yeah. And now I don't have to like look up over top of my my alerts when they come in. I should put like a little icon right there on the chat window. Just a little something right there. Little design. Hey Ross Riders. Well, being adult never stops. No, it doesn't. Well, thanks for coming by. We're doing co-working stream today, so it's nothing like really riveting. We did just have like a really long break for the after the 4 sessions, so there was that. You can only be in one fleet, but each of your characters can be in a different fleet. But can you change fleets? That is the question. There, we'll lower me down just a little bit. And maybe like a little bit over. Yeah, here's good. We'll put a little design up there at some point. Just a little something like a lotus. Knives! You'd lose all the progress you put into this fleet. Are you're not the fleet commander though, right? You're just like, I'm guessing a fleet is like a guild. I don't really know how it works. You need to explain that at some point. 2IC. I don't know what that means either. Oh, second in command. Oh, so you're the William Riker, are you? Commander Riker. You're tall enough to be Commander Riker. You step over the backs of chairs every time you sit down. It was because he had, like, a back injury or something, so, like, sitting normally was very difficult for him, so he would just, like, step over the backs of chairs to sit down. Yep. You know about the Jonathan Frakes background, back injury. That's so wild. I have the Picard problem where all shirts are too short for me because all of my length is in my torso. So, like, I like to wear tunics because they're nice and long. Women's shirts are all short and they're extra short on me. Prop himself up on consoles and stuff. Yeah, he was always leaning on something. Man, I had like the biggest crush on young Riker. And that I had more of a crush on him when he grew the beard. Something about beards. Some men look good with them, some men don't. It's just like some men look good with hair and some men look better without. It's like people have looks that are different. But like, he was so baby-faced without the beard. We were like, oh, such a cute young man. And then he grew a beard and you're like, damn. The Picard maneuver, yeah. I love TNG. TNG was so good. It's funny because, like, I think I actually had a little bit of a crush on Dr. Crusher, too. And not the son. I like Dr. Crusher. She was amazing. Alright, we're gonna go back to work now. Enough fanning over Star Trek. We work! Welcome back to Distraction! Shrumpsy, hello, how you doing? We're doing co-working streams today. I'm working on a saucy picture for Necromancer. I don't want Twitch to be mad at me. This is what I've got so far. I'm just slapping down some color at the moment. She's got clothes now. More than the full body leotard. Yep. I'm a little beat you now. It's doing pretty well compared to the others I've tried. Yeah. Sometimes there's some meds that they just destroy you. Zoloft was kind of funny because the doctor initially put me on like the pregnant women's dose because she didn't think that I was actually depressed. She was just like, oh, maybe she just wants meds or whatever. What? Boink. That would just bounced right off my head. So they put me on the pregnant woman's dose, and I was like, I'm feeling different, but it's not good because I went from being suicidal to homicidal. I was so angry. Like anything could set me off, and I was just a rage monster. Luckily, I have very good control of my emotions, but I was like, I want to murder the whole fucking world. Like, if you cross me, I will slap a bitch. And then they put me on a higher dose, and then I was like, this is baseline. Good. I'm not feeling murderous or self-murderous. Excellent. I will just sit here and be potato. I probably needed a higher dose, but I just couldn't afford it, and Zoloft is like super expensive. What I'm on now, though, I'm taking dextroamphetamine for my ADHD and venlafaxine, so Effexor. It's really rough if I miss it. Like, my body feels like it's gonna implode on itself. It's just gonna collapse into a black hole, and I'm gonna shiver and die for like 2 days if I miss it. But I actually get stuff done, and it's part of the reason why I've been able to actually get back to streaming. So, finding the right med really helps. And in combination with the ADHD medication, I think that's why I'm able to do this now. Prior to taking the ADHD medication, I was still suffering quite a bit. And it was like, I want to do all these things and I can't bring myself to do a single one of them. So I've inattentive type ADHD, so I'll just daydream all the time instead of actually doing the things that I'm dreaming about. It's a weird level of ADHD where I don't have the abundance of energy. I just can't bring myself to start the project to outlet that energy, and instead I just think about it all the time. My brain never stops. A saucy picture of Necromancer? No, for Necromancer. Yeah, I hope your genetic test comes back with good results for you, Necromancer. Since Sai had her meds adjusted, she's had fair more good days than bad, and that's been great. It's less stressful for me too, because I've been so worried about her. My poor sis. I love you, Sai. I love all you guys, but like, Sai and Mujus are some of my oldest friends, so they're very, very precious to me, and they're like family. They're very close, and I worry about them constantly. My doctor didn't do the let's try this, go to the pharmacy buy. Of walking into stream and hearing saying murder the whole world. Yeah, no, if I come down off my my antidepressants, there's a period where I'm like a homicidal rage monster. And in 2020, when just a little under a year after we moved into this apartment, We didn't have a doctor. The pandemic had started, and I had to cut my meds cold turkey. Like, I had run out, and it was just before the world went into lockdown, so we didn't have time to find a new doctor. And I hadn't told Cy that I ran out. And then some guy on the GO train was like, "Would you shut up? It's the quiet zone." And I'm like, "Quiet zone doesn't start till 3, bitch." And I got into this fight with him. And he was still wrong. He shouted at me, and he should not have shouted at me. I have this thing where, like, my volume climbs over time as I get more excited, and he was so mad, and I'm like, "It's quiet zone at 3. And he's like, "No, it's quiet zone at rush hour, and it's rush hour." And I'm like, "It's 2. Quiet zone starts at 3. I will respect the quiet zone at 3. Yeah, poor Cy was embarrassed, but I was in rage murder mode, and she didn't know that. And he crossed me, and everyone else on that floor in the car was like, they were looking at me with terror, because I was like, "How dare you speak to me that way? I may be loud, but you could come over and politely ask me to turn it down instead of just shouting at me." You could say, "Hey, you're being a little bit loud. I know it's not 3 p.m. yet, but if you could please tone it down, because I have the thing where I don't notice that I've become loud." And he was extremely rude to me. And I'm like, "You can't do that. And I'm not gonna let you get away with it, because I've got my bitch boots on and like murder claws out." And oh, he found out. Cause I just dug right into him. And I think about it all the time, because I'm like, "I'm not normally like that, please. I just can't contain my rage. And you picked the wrong time." So that's the story of Say is a rage monster, only when their meds are kind of weird. Don't cross me when I'm low on meds. I become a creature that I do not like. And I am eternally ashamed of it. They did it to me simplest times, and eventually insurance was like, "You should get this test." And I'm glad they got that test for you, man. Also went to see her when I hurt my back, suggested x-rays or ultrasound to see if I blew a desk note, gave me a prescription for an anti-inflammatory, and left. Wow. And your back's still hurting, enough? And hi, Nachos! Sorry, I was in the middle of a story when you came in. One of the rare story times. Aside, that was also the time with the lady on the bus with the dog. I was still in rage monster mode. I get very aggressive. There are things that never leave my mind, and I'm like, I could have handled that a lot better, and I am ashamed of myself. Yeah. There are 2 such times, and they were very close in proximity to one another, and I was still in the low dosage of meds before I fell into the "your default is aggressive enough." Look, I have put up with a lot of shit in my life. You don't need the medication side effects? Absolutely, it's very true. I am actually very straightforward and honest. I didn't used to be. I used to just turn the other cheek, and one day I was technically sexually assaulted in class by one of my classmates in grade 8, and I think that's when the switch flipped. And I became aggressive that day. I attacked that kid with a meter stick. The same meter stick he kept using to damage our science project. Because the teacher would leave the room, and the child with extreme ADHD, and probably Asperger's, let's be honest, would would come and harass me all the time. He took my friend's hand and slapped me on the ass with it. And that's why nobody's allowed to touch my butt. Because it was extremely humiliating. And that's why I've never let anybody touch me, ever. It took me a long time to come to terms with that and realize that it was that moment that made me, like, afraid of my body and afraid to let other people near me. It was difficult. And thinking about it is still difficult. He got suspended for 2 weeks, and the teachers were like, "We're so sorry. Just take it easy." All the teachers knew me because I always would stay close to them, kind of like a duckling. After that day, nobody fucked with me for at least a year until we moved on to high school, and the people who didn't know fucked with me later. And then I was able to switch high schools and go to high school with all my friends. And that was a better time. Thanks, Nachos. By the way, Nachos also streams, so everybody should go follow Nachos too. Yeah, my default became aggressive probably around that time in grade 8. It was still a little bit on the shy side because it was like I'm still a kid and adults should be protecting me, and then it was I don't know when I had the full turnaround, but I think it was partially the meds that gave me the full turnaround to like full bitch boots mode. And I will be aggressive with people, and Sai has made me a better person by telling me when I'm being bad. And I always get a little bit angry when she does, and it's because I'm angry not at her but at myself for not being a good person. Now this is why I'm a demon. Yeah, I still think your doctor probably should have gotten you an ultrasound for your back. Just so that you know what's going on in there. I think that would have been more prudent. Maybe not an x-ray, but an ultrasound, definitely. Nachos has redeemed a street. Sorry, this has been a long 5 minutes. I had trauma to get off my chest. The trauma and lessons. The important thing is you learn, right? Just need to chill a bit when other people suck and not point it out loudly. Oop, there's cheese. But like, yeah, it's I'm getting better about not being so aggressive, but sometimes, like, you just need to tell people when they're being shitty. You're heading off, Death? We'll see you next time. Thanks for coming by. We'll be back on Monday. You have a great weekend. Yeah, I don't understand your doctor, Neff. I don't understand your doctor at all. You should have said, look, I would like an ultrasound just so I know what's going on. Yeah, sometimes with some doctors, you just need to be your own advocate. And I think that's the thing, too, with, like, my rage mode, is I spent so long in my life just... Look, the reason I say it's moldy, and I didn't say cheap, bro. Come on. The reason why I say it's moldy when I walk in there is because it's dangerous. I'm extremely allergic to it. And since other people aren't and can't smell and taste it, is because, what was I saying? I read words and then, like, my brain just derailed. People can't smell and taste it like I can, and if they can't smell and taste it, they're just breathing that all the time. Yeah, well, that's because all the buildings we go into are old, and they're not taken care of. Yeah, it was the like, the Chinese home goods store, and it's extremely moldy in there. And so is the cat hospital nearby. Like, they need to do some mold remediation, definitely in those two buildings, and the vet we go to. Because the buildings are just so old that, like, they've had leaks over the years. Jerks will get off without trouble unless you give them the trouble, which keeps proving itself in my life, unfortunately. Yeah. There are some people that they just don't learn unless you tell them. And I don't speak loudly. Sigh. When I say something's moldy, I try to make sure there's no one around when I mention it. Apparently I'm a lot louder than I think I am. Otherwise, other than that, I think Sai thinks people have better hearing than like, cats and dogs. Because I do try to be quiet about it. I just mention it because it's like, you know, it's moldy. And I'm having an allergic reaction, so I need to be in and out real quick. Because, like, I went down to the cat hospital one day to ask them. We complain loudly. Yeah. We're old. Sai is still, like, 6.5 years younger than me. She hasn't reached the old, like, grumpy person stage yet. I was born grumpy. When I comment on someone else's fashion choices, it's because I find them interesting. I'm not saying they're bad, I just like them. Jesus. I don't insult people the way they dress. I dress weird. I like it when other people dress weird too. Sai doesn't believe me. I like seeing people dress strangely, or, like, with cool outfits or strange accessories. I like it. And I like to comment on it. I'm sorry. Maybe I am autistic, but, like, I don't see what the problem is. That's probably the tism for me. I just don't understand. Sai gets embarrassed really easily. I don't think she's actually neurodivergent. I think her brain's just broken in the usual, unusual ways. Sai is very, very neurotypical in that regard, I think. Just go sitting there and bam, someone tries to start fighting me. Yeah, it was like that guy on the train. He was just, like, so aggressive, and I'm just like, fuck you. You could just come over and politely ask me to, like, hey, could you keep it down a little bit? I can't hear my music because you're kind of loud. And I'll be like, oh god, I'm so sorry. I get loud over time, and sometimes I don't notice. I'm really, really terribly sorry. And I'll just, like, apologize forever, and then I'll be embarrassed the rest of the train ride. But, like, that guy was just straight up rude to me. Unfortunately, you're the one who gets in trouble when someone provokes you. I hated school so much. Yeah. I never got in trouble when people provoked me because it took so long for me to just break down to the point where I retaliated. This was a good therapy session. Exactly. That's what that guy did. And of course, like, I was in rage mode. He couldn't have known. He couldn't have known that I was in rage mode, but it's like, if he's willing to treat a stranger like that, just randomly out of the blue, like, there are so many ways he could have handled his upset with me, and he chose the wrong path. And I just didn't take it. I wouldn't take it lying down. And I won't take it lying down anymore. If people are just straight up rude to me, they will get it straight back. And, like, I don't know if that makes me a terrible person or not, but if they don't want people to be rude to them, maybe they shouldn't be rude to people. It's just how that's supposed to work, right? Design for the cat wheel will cost 200 materials. Time to scavenge! Make it out of garbage. You're one of the pirates, Sass. That's what we used to do. Here we see the larva in their natural habitat, skinning their latest find. This ottoman on the side of the road stood no chance. I got in a fights daily because I was a bully, but I targeted other bullies. Yeah, I didn't have a bully that targeted other bullies for me. I was just bullied. I spent too long. Scene change. What do you want? Oh, the fittings add up. Maybe you could, like, go to one of the junkyards and see if you can find the pieces that you need there for, like, really extra cheap. You want fireplace? Several years back, I throttled a kid, but the kid had it coming and didn't get in trouble for it. So all's well, ends well. Not as bad as it could have. Alright, and we can also change the lighting. We can have morning, afternoon, evening, night. Yeah, that kid I attacked with the meter stick, somewhere in my subconscious I realized I was doing something very bad in that moment, and instead of hitting him with the meter stick, which is the equivalent to a yardstick, it's a giant ruler for the Americans. You can choose the pet too. Just not, the caterpillar or the weird frog thing, because I don't like them. They creep me out. I threw the meter stick instead, and I hit the table beside him, and it cracked in half. You want the goopy slime? We have colors for the slime. This is the traditional color. One good whack on the ass, the yardstick should be enough. After that, it's on them. Yeah, well, I cornered him. I chased him around the room with it, and everybody was terrified. They thought I was gonna kill the kid. Because, well, I mean, if he had done that today, it would be considered sexual assault, and he probably would have been expelled. But you know, back in 1998. You know, they're like, oh, boys will be boys. This one? The galaxy slime? Or this dark bluish one. Yeah, that's not really black, is it? There's also this weird caramel slime. And then there's the Sakura slime. Strawberry. What's the blue one next to it? This one's the snow slime. The old steel. Oh, damn. Yeah, I know those ones. We had those too. The reason I targeted the meter stick was because he was using it to constantly poke our science project, which was a paper towel. A paper tower. Not towel. It was a paper tower. And he kept ruining it, so we'd have to keep fixing it. And it was a competition, too, in the class. Like, who could build the tallest one. And have it stay standing with like certain amount of materials. It was like an engineering science project kind of thing. And he kept coming along and breaking it. And he had been bullying me all year. It was late spring, so it was almost the end of the year, and I had just had enough. And the teachers were doing nothing about it. And it was those days of, oh, boys will be boys, just let them do it. You know, they'll get bored eventually, and I just broke. I broke, and his partner in his project was also one of the people who really bullied me a lot. And I punched him in the shoulder on my way out of the room. When did I get a flower headband? I'm wearing that the whole time. Yeah, I punched that guy in the shoulder on my way out because he had also been part of the harassment up until that point. And then I immediately just ran to the school office. It burst into the school office and broke down sobbing. Because I knew I'd done something bad. I had never done anything bad in my life up to that point. And I just couldn't anymore. Poor little me, just like standing there, just bawling my eyes out like a toddler. Yeah. And the teacher wasn't even in the room, so like the teacher never saw anything that happened. She just left us. Left a bunch of preteens to their own devices. And it was tough. But I think that was a day things turned around for me and I learned to defend myself. And after that, I never let people walk all over me again. And that's when I started to become really aggressive. The boys will be boys is for when we do stupid crap like sword fight with sticks, not sexual harassment or anything even remotely close to harassment. Exactly. And even then, like, I was also the idiot that would be in the woods, sword fighting with sticks with the boys. And the girls hated me for it. And I'm like, I don't want to be a girl! And I don't think anybody understood that. And I'm pretty sure by the end of high school, everybody believed I was a lesbian. And I'm like, I don't like girls. So my character's very much a reflection of that now. This has been a very long 5 minutes. Again. Sword fight with sticks. Or like push over dead trees. Yeah, well, we built the pit of Carcoon, wasn't it? Just go in the woods and build forts. Yeah, both the boys and the girls didn't understand that I just wanted to be one of the boys, and I didn't understand even then that I wanted to be one of the boys. Permitted the term "get the fuck out." That's not a term, that's a whole phrase. Twitch, what? At school, I had two guys pin my arms behind my back. The bully was hitting me. As the teacher came out to see what was going on, I broke free. And when did the bully with a good whack? The bully tried blaming me. The teacher was like, "Guardian was in the right. You've been bullying him for months. Now get the fuck out of my sight. Your guardian, come have a cup of tea." And that's a good teacher. I had always told the teachers when the other kids were bullying me, and so that's why I didn't get in trouble in the meter stick incident. But I still went and I bought a new meter stick for the school, using my allowance. So my mom took me out to the art store to buy a new meter stick and replace the one that I broke. I asked her to take me out to do that. So the little money that I had from like the occasional allowance that I got very rarely, because that was not really a thing my parents did. They're like, "No, you don't need that. You just need to learn how to take care of yourself." But they would give me stuff and like birthday and Christmas money, and I always saved it. So I went and bought a new meter stick and I replaced it, and the school was very, very happy about that, because getting money for things at our school was very difficult. It was kind of a shitty school. Like every school, every public school in Ontario, really, let's be honest. One time we chopped tree over for no other reason. For fun, no other reason. Well, at least you didn't chop down like an international icon tree like those two guys did to the one in the at Hadrian's Wall, the one that was in Robin Hood Prince of Thieves. It's like an iconic tree, and they chopped it down. And they did it for no other reason than it would make people angry. And then they fucked around and found out. But that tree was like 300 years old, and they chopped it down. "69 degrees, giggity." I'm very distractible today. I'm sorry, we haven't done much co-working. But yeah, I am not a perfect person. I am not necessarily always kind. I have an aggressive state. Sai makes me a better person by telling me when I'm being a terrible person. And I'm not mad at her for it. I'm only mad at myself because I keep making the same mistakes, even though I try to learn every time I make a mistake. But sometimes you have to protect yourself too. And you're the only one who can be your best advocate, really. And your best defender. Just as you can also be your worst enemy. And that has been my TED Talk on self-respect. Yep. And like, it's weird because like I look at some of the really big VTubers and people hold them to such high standards, and I'm like, that's impossible. Like, don't do that to them. Like, eventually people like Bao and Shy Lily are going to fuck up, and they're gonna get into trouble. Well, it's the same thing with like PewDiePie and the N-word incident. Like, he didn't know. He just thought it was a word that people used, and he didn't understand the connotations it has in another part of the world. And he apologized for it, and he never did it again. And that's how you grow. And that's also when I actually came to like PewDiePie, is when I saw the way he reacted to that and grew from it, because before that I was just like, why the hell does everybody like this guy? Is every short or like little snippet of him I saw was just him acting like a dummy. And then I saw him have an interview with his friends where he was actually talking about things like, you know, philosophy and reading books and Nietzsche, and I'm like, wow, he's actually really smart and well spoken. You know, I could never compare it to the way PewDiePie speaks. I mean, he speaks for a living, and you know, I'm trying to do that too. But when I was listening to like my stream earlier, when I walked in after my walk to the pharmacy, like I was listening to it, I'm like, wow, I just said like 3 times in that sentence. I need to stop that. I wish I was more articulate, but I'm about as smart as a pile of bricks. At least I like to say that. I know I'm actually smarter than that, but you know, nobody likes someone who's like super arrogant and stuff. People don't like that, and I don't want to be like that. Paraphrasing Marcus Aurelius, waste no more time arguing what a good person should be, just be one. Exactly. I really like Stoic philosophy. It calms me. It has taught me lessons to just breathe and not be so aggressive. And I wish I had seen that kind of stuff like 4 years ago. Like, I knew of it, but I never really interacted with the subject matter. Don't listen back on my streams because I don't like being reminded that I stutter. Stutters are fine. Whenever I try to explain something and I'm kind of distracted, I say a lot and sometimes I get distracted on the subject and I'll just randomly drop the topic and switch to something else. And I do it a lot, and I know I do it a lot, and I'm just wondering, like, how do people tolerate listening to me for currently the 3 hours, 35 minutes, and 17 seconds that we've been going? Content creators are defined how they react to their mistakes. Yeah, and I watch a lot of the, like, VTuber news, and, like, one I didn't know about because they're one of the Spanish-speaking VTubers. She was, like, really huge. And her career just ended. Like, she destroyed it by constantly being, like, kind of irresponsible. Like, she wouldn't take responsibility for her actions, and she was always more worried about how things would reflect on her as opposed to how they affected the people in her audience. And it was just like, bro. I don't think she set out to be the villain, but she certainly became one, whereas Cinder was like, everything is business. It's all business, business, business. My relationships are business. My audience is business. And it's like, that's not why you stream, buddy. You stream because you enjoy it, and you enjoy the company that you keep, whether that's, you know, 5 people or 500. You know, you're not doing it specifically for you, but you have to enjoy what you're doing. And you have to enjoy the people you're doing it with. And I think that reflects very much in the people who become very popular, like Shy Lily and Iron Mouse, Sea-Dog VA, even though he's not a VTuber, PewDiePie. You kind of just see the passion for it, and the passion for the people who watch them. And I think that's what sets apart, like, the really good content creators, like Jacksepticeye and Markiplier. They try to be good people, and they're honest about who they are. And I think that's largely why I've been rambling on about, like, my past mistakes and my rage monster mode, is because, like, I want to be honest. I want to be honest with the people who watch me. I'm not perfect, and I will mess up at some point. You're gonna go to the shop? Okay. I'll see you later, Nachos. You have a great day. I'll probably be done by the time you get back, or maybe not. 10 minutes? We'll probably still be going. Almost definitely. Enjoy your nap in the shade. And go safely. Oh yeah, public speaking? Hell no. See, I'm so worthless at that. Back again. Oh, there goes Ross. Oh, you're back again. Poor Ross. Never gets a moment. I just feel very, very open and vulnerable today. So, thank you for listening, everybody. I apologize. There hasn't been a lot of work. We're taking long breaks, long 5 minutes. It's a very long 5 minutes. It's like the last 5 years. It's been very long and non-existent at the same time. My family was like, Ross, if you went out more, you wouldn't not be so angry. Good example is Matt Pat. He made a FNAF theory that led to members of his audience sort of harassing certain businesses, and despite it not being his fault, still apologized deeply and asked his audience to stop. Yeah, Matt Pat is another great content creator. So you go to the corner store for milk and cigarettes. How well will you do without me if this trip takes 10 years? Yeah, they're just some really standout creators in the space, and I really appreciate those people. And when you finally see the real side of the ones who've really been causing the problems in the background, you're like, wow. And you feel bad for the people that they hurt too. Like, man, poor Bao and Shy Lily and all the other people connected to them too, that Cinder really hurt. And like that one Spanish VTuber, I think it's like Nimura or something. It's like, why? Why do you feel the need to do that? Like, if you just grow your audience naturally with like love and care. River never gives me kisses. I feel spurned. I'm still waiting for Dad to get back from getting some smoke. Aw, poor Necromancer. I'll stay away at the library. More so because it's like issues never stop coming. Yeah, just go out. Go out somewhere where you can be away from them and turn off your phone. Forget your phone in the car, muted in your bag, because you know they'll call. Exactly. You need, again, you're your own advocate and your own protector. If people are crossing your boundaries, you need to cut that off. Why didn't you answer? I needed you because I was busy. Yeah. That's why you need to just not answer the phone. You remember when we had landlines and people couldn't call you out at any hour of the day? Because if you were like out of your house or in the backyard or something, and you didn't hear the phone, you didn't answer it, and people would just have to wait. Those were the good old days. And this is why, like, people are like, I sent you a message, and I'm like, okay, I'll get to it. They're like, but can't you just answer? I'm like, no. One last job, and you're out. Yeah. And it's never one last job, right? You're very, very poor self-advocate. Well, you know what? You can grow and become a better self-advocate. sometimes we're not good at things, and we can accept that we're not good at things, but then we can grow those skills. It's not like you can't become a good self-advocate. Right? We can all grow from the mistakes we make in the past, just like I'm better at handling my rage mode than I used to be. Ross is making references to things I don't know. I tried to call you, but you didn't answer. I had to figure out and do it myself. And did you? Well, yeah, but... Well then, you figured it out. Crisis averted. Well, hopefully you won't have some galaxy-sized lessons. Smaller lessons are better than big ones, because they're more digestible and easier to handle. But Andrea, if you need an advocate, just come to me, and I will let you borrow my bitch boots. They're saucy things. They're thigh highs. Got spikes. Cement in the heel. Life ain't gonna hold your hand, so why do I have to? Yeah. It's nice to have somebody to lean on, but it's not a guarantee in life. And if you keep leaning too heavily on people, they're gonna become resentful towards you as well. Especially if you lean on them without really showing appreciation for their support. And that's why I'm like always hesitant to accept things from people. That's why, like, when Sai's parents tried to buy stuff from me at IKEA, I literally took it and ran away. Literally ran to go pay for it myself, because I'm like, I have no way to reciprocate this at my current stage in life, and I probably never will. And I feel really bad about that. And it's hard for me to accept that there's people out there who want to help, and like, putting out the crowdfund thing for the walking pad was like one of the hardest things that I had to do, because I was just like, I don't deserve this, and like, why should people even care to give me money? And they did. They helped, and I am forever grateful for that. And like, going to Conquest was one of those things that was also like really super helpful in learning how to accept help from other people, and learning to not try to do everything myself, and also to be vulnerable. Lark really helped with that. But yes, if you ever need an advocate, any of you really, if you need someone just to tell you how it is, I'll do that. If you're like, I need some advice, I will tell you. I will be honest, because being dishonest doesn't help you. No, you're gonna make me cry, Nev, don't! I'm already feeling feels today. It's probably the goddamn chocolate. On this copy-paste conversation on Discord, judging. What do they look like? Maybe I could use those and draw. What do what's look like? Yeah, I'm having feels, Mewtwo's. we basically stopped the co-working stream, and now we're just having therapy session for everybody. It's like group therapy day or something. Showing vulnerability, I think, is actually a strength. I used to hide how I felt all the time because I didn't want to worry the people around me, but they noticed anyways. Necromancer just communicates his emotions in emotes. How appropriate. No, don't prod at them. I'll cry. I'm already like teary-eyed and shit. And why am I like this? Why do I have emotions? Why feel? Why feel when you can just draw saucy art instead? Also, welcome back to the conversation. I know you've probably been lurking this whole time, but the chocolate is now gone and I'm sad. I'm eating the last piece. Chocolate makes me emotional, guys. There's some woman in me yet. Mew just knows all of my buttons. Mew and Sai. they know my security buttons a little too well. Aye boy, I don't know how to say feel words. I love you guys too. No more feels! We're demons here, right? Well, I'm at least a demon. Everybody else is visiting the Demon Islands. Shall we do another co-working session before I start talking about feelings again? Do we want to see the very gray, sexy picture that I'm working on? She's got clothes now. I'm just slapping in lighting. There. Working on the dress style. No, we have a scene change. It has been more than 15 minutes, so this is a fair scene change. The fireside chat is over, guys. Where do we want to go, Necromancer? Go to a place, get some work done. You like that cinnamon chocolate spider. Bay window. We'll do some typing, so we'll actually get some work done, right? Oh, that's the wrong button. Alright, let's add a little bit of typing sound in here, so we get working, right? We'll add some cityscape. You know what? It's nighttime, so let's turn the birds off for now. Shall we turn the thunderstorm up a little bit? Let's change the playlist. Oh, do we want us a spooky playlist for the thunderstorm? How about that? Nah. Chilling with the unknown. Here we go. Here, how about this? The Halloween playlist was a bit weird. It's just confusing Ross. Oh, there's the rain south. That is so nice. I feel much more relaxed now. Alright, let's go in for another co-working session. Thanks for group therapy, everybody. At least now you know when I fuck up, I will at least try to recover from it. I don't know if I ever will, but you know, you never know what life brings you. Well then go pee, don't hold it, it's bad for you. Honestly, it just makes me sleepy. I like rain noise, I play it to sleep at night. Ambi. You're up kind of late. Hope you're having a good day. Oh yeah, Envy, you don't know, but there's 3 Neffs now. there's Neff, there's Neffy, and then there's Neffer. See you later, Ross. Welcome back to Distraction. Hopefully it'll only be 5 minutes this time. Ross had to go. Man. He's got it rough right now, too. Everybody seems to have it rough. I just do art and vibes. Sometimes those vibes are feels. Lots of feels. The rain sound is very nice. It helps me relax. It doesn't have to be 5 minutes. No, it doesn't have to be 5 minutes, but it's better than being half an hour. Half an hour of Say just rambling on about their mistakes the whole time. I don't know. I like to think that, you know, my past, even though, like, some points were tough and some things did damage, you know, they make me who I am. If I'd been a popular kid, I probably wouldn't be a very good person, let's be honest. But then again, some popular kids just turned out to be good people, too. Like, the first friend I ever had, even, like, early childhood, she grew up, she joined the military, but she was also prom queen. Whereas I was the supposedly, like, butch lesbian. Everybody believed I was closeted. It's kind of a weird juxtaposition of how much our lives deviated from when we were, 5 years old in kindergarten together. By the time we hit high school, like, we never spoke. We weren't even in the same classes because I was taking all the general classes and she was in the advanced classes. I think the school that she went to versus the school that I went to after we both moved to Ottawa were very different in how they handled gifted children. My teacher put me in the special ed class and would tell me that I was kind of stupid. Whereas she was in the gifted program, like, all the way through. And I think, like, our teacher in grade 1 and 2, we had the same teacher for 2 years, and that teacher created a specialized gifted class for the students and handpicked those students for grade 2 to be in a class of 6 kids. And I didn't know that I had been handpicked by Mrs. Andrew way back when I was a kid. And I would wish I had had someone like that supporting me my whole life. Public school tends to leave a lot of kids behind, and I was certainly left behind. It says, while having blue nails, men can wear makeup. Men should wear makeup. If you want to be beautiful, just be beautiful. Like, come on, man. I think nail polish being, like, a women's thing is long gone. It's only silly people that think people can't wear whatever they want to wear and dress however they want to dress. It's an old ideal that needs to go away. I know more men that wear nail polish than women, actually. I just hate the feeling of my nails suffocating. I love nail polish and I wish I could wear it, but my fingers go like, I try to put it on. Accidentally recorded what? I'm confused. Normal people assume I'm gay. Yeah. And then, like, your, what was it, like, neon pink and neon yellow hair for the LARP? Yeah, when I wear nail polish, it feels like my fingernails are suffocating, and it's like a tactile thing, and I just lose my mind. I just feel, like, so gross. Like, even thinking about it makes me shiver. By the way, clips exist. So if I make weird noises and you wanna capture that, go right ahead. I encourage it. Catch my derp. Yeah, I wish I could wear nail polish, but I find it claw at the desk in rage. Just clipping about awesome. Honestly, I don't know what I sound like when I make those noises, but I'll find out. We do have a clips channel. It doesn't have an icon. Apparently Neferspec is streaming. The third Nef. Adam Savage's persona. Wow. Jesus. That is one hell of a fursuit. Just check the Discord. Fingers go yeah. But my fingers go like That's pretty great. Welcome back, Fantasy. You missed group therapy session, but it's okay. It was lots of feelings. Are you doing all right? Did you get a diagnosis? Did you get medicine? You brushed your teeth? Yay! Victory! I forgot to brush my teeth a long time ago. I feel so gross. Some things are really hard to do, and brushing my teeth is one of those things. It's actually a miracle that I don't have any cavities. I don't enjoy the smell of polish or polish remover. Need a fume hood. Yeah, well, I mean, nobody enjoys inhaling chemicals that are literally eating their lungs. I need to get, like, press-on nails. I need to make claws for Conquest. I might just buy my plane tickets today, maybe. I think I have enough. I'm taking penicillin 4 times a day for 5 days to see if that helps. Well, I wish you the best of luck. Make sure you get lots of spicy chicken soup. The spice will help clear things out. The spicier, the better. Let's be honest. When I'm really sick, spicy stuff, like, just kill it with fire. Not actual fire, but spice fire. Welcome back, Uthwe. I'm glad you got a sandwich. And chili verde, nice. I don't think I've ever had chili verde. I'm casting a set of stick-on cat claw nails for myself. Nice. Yeah, I want to make some foam nails, like foam claws. Let's see if I can bring those up in like Clip Studio or something. I had some references for Nameless for this year, and I just don't think I'll have the time because of the work that I have to put into them. But I think it's not this folder. It's gonna be another long 5 minutes, guys. I apologize. So there's a couple of things that I want to do. You know those like gold tip like nail protector things? These. I want to have those for like if I end up at like a diplomatic meeting or something. I put those over top of my claws to show like I'm not going to attack anybody with them. Because Domora typically use their claws to fight. And they can transform them. And so I want to make something like this, but LARP safe, so they're like nice and soft. And more of a glove, so I can just stick my hand into the whole thing and have them hidden inside my big sleeves. So I can just tuck my hands into my sleeves and come out with big claws. So they'd fit on like a strap on my upper arm or something that just past my elbow. see other, like, actual... But yeah, otherwise I just wanted, like, a set of nails, probably something like this, but shorter. They're more like a press-on, but they're still, like, clearly these are claws, but they're not, like, weird. Accidentally set my mic to max. Let's not do that. Let me know if I'm too quiet now, because I just, like, fucked up my mic settings by accident. I haven't had it before. It was good though. Told this place which is the best place for it in the nearby area. You're in, like, Texas or something, right? There's only, like, one quote-unquote Mexican place that I know of, and I don't even know if they survived the pandemic. I've got a ringing in my ear. Really high pitch. Ah! Can you stop ringing now? Yes, Pitch, I know that's your little ear hair thing that listens to that pitch dying. Going deaf. There goes another tone. Oh, you're now in Colorado. Oh yeah, that's right. That was mentioned the other night in, like, Tag Stream or something. We were talking about Mexican food. Oh, Necromancer's tired. The stream's been going for 4.5 hours. I mean, that's approaching average for us. Last couple of days been a little bit slow. Thanks for the hydrate. I actually have water this time. Found the blue a little bit too sweet because it's not sugar-free. They don't have the regular blue sugar-free Gatorade. It doesn't exist, and I'm sad about that. Needed to move for reasons. Yeah, because Texas is stupid. I have friends in Texas, and I wish they would get out. Also, I think Rifos is in Colorado, too. On a more personal level, fair enough. Fair enough. But it still qualifies. Texas is stupid. Even if it's personal level stuff. Clearly. There was personal stuff in Texas that was stupid. You needed to get away from. And I hope you're doing better. Yeah, there isn't a lot of Mexican food in Canada that I know of. And I would really like, because I had it once, and even then that was like that one place that I'm not sure survived, and it's out in the city in the south, and it's really hard to get to. It takes a long time and costs money to get there, and it was like kind of weird, sketchy place, and I thought they were like moving a refrigerator into the building, and it took forever to get any service, and it took forever to food to show up, and Taylor and I were sitting there, we're like, are we gonna get murdered here? What is happening? They transporting a dead body out of the kitchen hidden in this other refrigerator? It was very sketchy, but it was delicious when the food did come. It was very good. It was on a level of like home cooked meal, and there's this Korean Japanese place around the corner now where there used to be a sushi place that I always went to, and I miss one of the rolls that they had there. I will miss that place, but I like this new place they serve mostly katsu, and they have this like tomato applesauce to dip the katsu in, and I could really go for that right now. Like, it's so good, and it's like this little old couple that runs the place, so I'm pretty sure the food is basically quote-unquote home cooked. I'll even eat the kimchi there, which is shocking, because it's like a pickled radish as opposed to like the cabbage kimchi. They call it kimchi, but I'm pretty sure it's just like a pickled, spicy, chili radish thing. It was pretty good. But finding really good, like, other cultural food. Never underestimate, like, the little hole-in-the-wall places, either. They're always the best. Big restaurants can just go shove it. I don't like them anymore. I like little hole-in-the-wall places. The quote-unquote greasy spoons of the world. They always have the best hidden menus and delicious food. Because they've put all of their effort into their food and none into their decoration. It's the worse the decoration is, the better the food is likely to be. Unless it's Yo's Sushi, never go there. Yo's Sushi looks like a hole-in-the-wall sushi place, but it's like super discount sushi. And the last time we went there was ages ago, and we've never been back because my tempura came still wrapped in plastic. And I was eating plastic. And I never went back. I might still go leave a review on that place and be like, yes, it's been several years, but I will still never come back here for this reason. Just to dissuade people from going there if they check the reviews, so that maybe that place will close and something better will open up. I don't care how cheap the sushi is, I ain't ever going back there. I'll go to the good place up the street that's all you can eat, and eat the good sushi. And it's like $50 a person now. I remember when it was like 30. And prices need to go down, man. They really need to go down. And like, you know, this place hasn't raised their prices because, you know, they're just trying to like scam people for profit. It's because food prices have gone up so much that even the little restaurants can't keep up. Because the big companies just want to keep making more profit. It's so sad. But if I ever move away from here, I'm gonna go to that little Korean place and I'm gonna ask them for their tomato applesauce recipe so that I can remember them, because they're really nice. They're really friendly people, and their food's really good. So I might just ask them for the recipe if I ever have to leave, so that I can make it at home. And hopefully they'll give it to me. It'll be like, I can never come back here because I'm leaving. But your food was always so good. Anyways, that was another long 5 minutes. Do we want to do another work session, or are we looking to raid out? People are tired of me rambling about stuff. Oh, actually, it's almost meeting time, so yes, I'm gonna have to raid out, because Dendronia meeting. So, yeah, I'm actually gonna have to raid. I didn't realize what time it was, because we started an hour later. Who have we got? Oh my god, there's so many people on. No, it's probably just gonna be Evan. Playing hooky with work. Yeah, no, Dendronia Mini's gonna be soon. I forgot it was Friday again. So, I'm gonna have to go. The hour late is throwing me off a bit. So we're off sailing to other waters. Thank you everybody for listening and being so understanding of me not being a perfect person and possibly quite a flawed individual. But you all have a great weekend. And if you do need me over the weekend, please don't hesitate to ask or bother me. If you need an advocate or just someone to listen to or someone to talk to, you know I'm always here for you guys. Just contact me. If you're not on my friends list, which most of you are, just message me on the Discord too. Alright? So you guys take care of yourselves. Fantasy. I hope you get better in time for your cousin's wedding. And make sure you get some spicy chicken soup, okay? Take care of yourself and get lots of rest. Alright? Good. I love you all, bye-bye!